Okay, hi. So thanks for shortlisting me for the next stage of this process. So, as you stated, the take-home task is to implement the survey app. So I'll be doing a walkthrough of my implementation methods, my choices, and the trade-offs of how I would approach this. So first, I've initially come up with a very lightweight wireframe or mockup to make it easier for me to implement. So I have an home screen here, a sign up screen, a login screen. I forgot password if I have the time to do that. Start the survey to start the intake of the forms as is stated, the single select. Um, so then the form responses, the individual users, the post submission review. Once the user submits to see all the responses you've imputed from the step. Okay, so I'll be using Node.js Express I'll be leveraging on um, SQLite. Reason for that, I pretty much prefer to use it since it's a lightweight SQL and the requirement stated to use SQL. So SQLite doesn't need a server instance to start up, and it's quite more serverless and faster faster in the terms of a lightweight project like this. So front end, I'm making use of React with TypeScript, possibly Tailwind for making it responsive, and the styling. So let's get cracking. So I'll be using Cursor. Cursor is one of my favorite IDE. It's an AI IDE that pretty much helps with faster auto completion and helps me productivity wise. So let's make a directory Waterlily survey app. So um yeah, so let's make a directory for backend. So I'll possibly be starting with the backend side, then eventually be consuming the APIs of the front end. So let's open this in a new instance. Close this one. So great. Okay. See the backend. npm init y to create a new boilerplate code. Node.js the backend. For a Node Express TypeScript project. Inside the backend directory. So this kind of helps. I want to generate. I'm writing a command here to help me install the necessary dependencies. So I need Express, I need TypeScript, Node, I need NodeMon for helping for fast. I need for authentication. I need Bicrypt. Also I need. Okay, so let's accept this. Accept this tsconfig. Go to exports. Hit ignore. kind of waiting for it to finish. No, it's doing too much. I don't need this. Possibly need this, but I don't need this. Okay, quickly let me see the tsconfig file. What do we use? 2020 distribution source strict true remove source map. Have source map here. Force system content true. It's good. Okay, I think that's it. Accept. Straight to package.json. So I need to install beta 3 SQLite. That's the package for handling SQLite database queries. I need cross origin sharing. So that's need Axios. What else do I need? I need sorry, did I say Axios? Because I need NodeMon is installed. JSON web token for authentication. And tsnode is tsnode there. Okay, .env. Do we have .env express? Okay, step those changes npm install. So let's start with the database entities first. To go ahead, I'll create a folder, call it config. Then we have a file called database.ts. I think I pretty much have all the packages I need. So here is where I'll be declining. So necessarily don't need to use an ORM. Why? NRM is effective and efficient, but I feel like because the lightweight task, I could just have like some raw SQL query to define the tables, and so I'm looking at like if I go back to this, I'm looking like at four tables: a table for the user, a table for survey as a full entity that will have questions and responses, then a table for answers. So I want to be able to, reason for this is because I want to be able to send the questions and the answers, responses, available options of responses to the front end to be consumed. So um, I would import database from database, import paths. This is where the SQLite database would be exported to. So it's one of my favorite things about um, using Cursor. Kind of comes with pretty much a good autocomplete feature. You can use the region, pretty smart. So here we can have like export const db database of database, go to database. So let's initialize database tables. Waiting for this again. So and return void. So we need to enable foreign key. So db pragma the keys of foreign keys on creates. Then let's go ahead, create users table first. Okay, I'll use as a table name, ID, the ID, the username, text, password. I also need an email, text, not all, unique. Reset token for reset password. So we have like a reset feature here. So when you want to reset your password, the token gets sent. It persists that in the database with an attribute. Password text not null. Yeah, pretty much needed. Created at timestamp. Data not necessary because I don't think we have an updated feature profile feature yet. So yeah, so let's create the surveys table. So this is going to have a survey as an entity. So yes, we have this. Sometimes this is not surveys ID integer user ID. I don't need that. Title of the survey, text, I don't know, which is already given. Description, created at. Sometimes it's not good to end this with a comma, kind of gives some error. Yeah, so let's create a questions table. So this is going to have the questions of the leave it all questions. So we have title of the question. It's going to be text, not no. Description of the text. Type text. options. Do I need that? Not really. Survey ID integer, not no title, kind of mixed up. Title of the survey, title of the question, text not null, description, text, gonna have a attribute of text, type of the question. So we are having like three different types. There's one for text, select text area, so as to like capture all the old kind of input you could have. Then required attributes, if is meant to be required for you to be able to pass default. Let's make it false. Other index, so integer. Surveys, survey ID. Yes, references to surveys on delete cascade. Yes, so this is what I need. The options, which is like I'll call it create responses table. So this is going to be the available responses you could have. So the responses will have the user session for you to be able to get all the responses of the user as they progress. So responses ID integer survey ID user session. Let me put this as user session, so user ID. Submitted art. I'm having these attributes, kind of created a design that would have when you submitted it here. So submitted at date and time default, current timestamp. Then a foreign key would be survey ID references surveys ID on delete cascade. So here we need another table for create answers table. So answers ID auto increment, that's the primary key. Response ID integer, question ID, I need that. Answer, or what answers that is being sent from the front end, answer text. Then we have a foreign key for response ID, references on the responses ID, foreign key of this. I think that's all. This is good. Let's console log this. And I have database initialized, catch the error. Database initialization error. Okay, so with this, from beta SQLite 3, it's good to have like helper functions to help you run or get responses from query. This comes handy when you want to impute data, delete data, update data to the database. So we need like a database helper functions using beta SQLite. So you have, it's going to be an exported function, so it could be used everywhere. So let's say run query, not any, let's see, this is going to return anything. Let's just see, this is SQL. So statements, prepare, run. Yeah, so this is pretty much the code for this. There'll be another one to get query. Could be any type of data type. Any. Okay, so this is for get query. We need another one for all query. Pretty much, this is pretty smart. Yes. SQL dot string any, wrap it in a try catch block. Yes. Return statement all from the SQL query. Then we can kind of like using gracefully shut down. Let's use the process from Node.js. Yes. Okay, so I think I've exported the DB, have I not? Export constant.db. Should be /SQLite. Okay, so I think we should go to the route now and define some route. Authenticator route. Survey route. So for authentication routes, we will need like 3 endpoints. So we have login, sign up, register, forgot password. So let's import from Express. We need some other classes like request response, request handler, or router. Then kind of, I would love to, ideally it's good to have like a controller, but I would definitely want to have the controller and the routes all together, so it's more or less it's ideally for your more scalable application, it's good to decouple them, but this is very much lightweight, so I could have my controller defined here. So reason I'm importing this, so I want to handle the request from here. Okay, have I installed Bicrypt? Install Bicrypt for encryption. Okay, great. So we need bycrypt. From bycrypt, we need JWT. We need to have those helper functions. So like get query, run query from config database. We could have router, the router class, express for router, then great. Okay, so register a new user. So what do we have? We need to register a new user, which is okay request handler taking in request as a body and a response object. Promise it's going to return void. Promise void as a return type. So this is a post request, definitely. We're going to have a, because it's an async function, we need to wrap in the entire try and catch block. Username, email, and password are the required field. Username, email, password. Press the body, then we need to validate the inputs, which is very much okay, but let me omit the email and let's validate it separately. If it's not present, username and password, username and password are required. So let's check the email separately. If the email is not present, or we have a regex, I have like a regex I used to check for email, which is this. Yes, so it's if not return 400 invalid email or invalid valid email. As required. So it's good to check first. Before we check, let's make the password validation, let's make it strong. So if it's less than 8, password must be 8 characters long. Pretty much okay. Before we hash the passwords, let's check if the user already exists, which is okay that this has done this. But let's see, using the get query helper. So existing user get query. Let's wrap this in an await function, though it might not be necessary, but it's good, it's safe. So select all. Let's select all from users where the username or email is this, which is okay of these variables. If we have an existing user, I want to still wrap this if existing user is equals to username already exists, else return or can have it if email existing user equals to email. So this will help in both checking the username tags and the email is not present. Okay, so this is email already exists. So let's go ahead to hash the passwords. Okay, bycrypt password of 10 set the new user into the database using the run query helper. So what do we have here? This is not really what I want. Let's say await run query, insert into users table, username, password values, username, hash passwords, correct. Then we don't need JWT here since it's just signing up. Let's name this register. So let's return status 200. So username, email. Let me log that. Then let's catch the error. Failed to register. So let's log in a user, which is pretty much starting off for me. Log in a user, create login. Great. This is also a post request. Going to be taking the username, and password. So we have username and password as the body parameters. Let's validate the inputs if they are present. So if the username or password is there but is not present, we need to return a 400. Client error. Username and password are required. Then we check if yeah, this already getting what I want. User get query from users where username. If it's not the user, invalid credentials. Compare the passwords using Bicrypt to compare the password that is being entered with the password that is on the user's where is it, database, in the users table, which is accurate if password is, this is password match. Invalid 400 unauthorized. Yeah, so let's create a JWT token that would take in, okay, so this is where I need JW secret from process.env. So I might likely just have JWT sign, username ID. So let me define a global a public variable here for this JWT secret. So we can have it here. Okay, JWT secret, possess all your secret key, or then the reset token key or you set secrets. You're gonna have process the env, or if you have your own intel. So instead of this, we could have concatenating this as a string. We could have this as JWT secrets. Great. Expires in 1 hour. Let's make it 24 hours. Great. So let's return the JSON object. for the token, user ID would be user ID, username would be username. I think that's pretty much what I want to return. Then let's catch the error. Yes. Okay, so the last route, which is the forgot password. It's also a post request. First handler and is void. Okay, pretty much not what I want here, but a good trial. So for the forgot password, I have username being passed as a body. If username is not validating, if it's not there, username is required, 400, return the error. So check if the user exists using the get query path, which is accurate. If it's not, user not found. 404, it's going to return an error 404. Then status return. Then we'll generate a reset token, which is accurate. Reset secret JWT sign, user ID expires in 1 hour. Then let's see if the reset token, because it's currently here, reset token as a user. Let's see if the reset token stored reset token in the database. I'll wait for an update users reset token where ID reset user the ID, which is accurate. Then console log this. No, is it necessary? Not really. So response of JSON, say message. Reset token sent to your email address. Catch this error. Okay, so let's establish this in the router object. Router the post register as a part. Router the post for the login, yeah. Router the post forgot password, export defaults, which is okay. Let's move to the surveys. For the surveys, you would have something similar. You might be needing all of the helper functions from database, both the run query, get query. We also have all query. Do we need JSON web tokens? No. But we need to define const router express. So let's get, we have 3 endpoints that possibly we might be having here. One is to get the survey entity with the questions. Then another would be to get the submit the responses of the user. It's going to be a post request. Then the other one would be for a get request to get all the post submitted responses that the user has entered. So we are looking at, first let's start with the get request. Get all survey with questions. So I intend to seed the questions from the backend, so I'll still seed them in the database, possibly write a function for that. Request the response. So try survey ID as parameters. Let's see. So survey ID, first let's get survey details, right? So yes, survey, so await get query, select all from survey ID. So we're going to be having a path parameter, so something similar to this. ID, right? It's going to be passed. So as a path parameter, so we need to get the survey details from the surveys table, right? Once we pass the survey ID, as the ID is going to be definitely be like the primary key we have. So if the survey is not there, we need to validate survey not found, return. You need to get the questions for this survey, select from ID. This is pretty smart, kind of done what I wanted it to do. Select all from questions, so all the questions records on the questions table where the survey ID is being passed, because the survey ID is a primary key or a foreign key. So but what I'll need here is I want to get those questions in an order. So because I had an order ID, either index there, so I would order by order index, yes, in ascending order. So we get, yes, so it's going to be an destructured, right? Because an array. Okay, that's pretty much it for that one. Okay, then we need to create the submit the survey the response, right? So submit response request handler, try, need the survey ID as no, this is not what I want. Sometimes you need to be careful, kind of used to this. Sometimes it's not what you want. So I need first I need the maybe pass the survey ID, could be a path parameter. Then can have the answers will be an array of objects, obviously, as a body parameters. Then we can create response record. So this is where the responses would be saved for the user. Response results. User session, yeah. So it's going to be await.run query. Insert, let's name this response result. User session, Okay, yes. So user session possibly need to have a library called crypto to generate a UI ID for the user for sessions. It's basically one thing I use for sessions on the back end. So we could have import crypto. It's a Node.js library, so it doesn't need extra package to work. So we need to have user session passed as a um, generated. So user session dot, let's say, crypto dot random UID. Great. So we can have user sessions. So okay, cancel the response ID for the, do we need this? No, we don't, but let's console all this. So let's insert the answers, right? Insert, is this generated already? Insert the answers, right? So no, I want it to be a for loop for const answer of answers from the answers body. Let's say we have const answer result that await run query insert into answers. Question answer text values. Yes, correct. Yeah, correct. Console log last row. Okay, before we return the JSON, we can return a status of success true. The response ID. So let's maybe help us test on Postman. User session. What else can we? I think that's pretty much it. Let's catch the error. Okay. I'm not done yet. Okay, the last one will be to get the submitted responses by the per user. So this is like the post submission review for the user. So it's going to be a get request. So something like this. You can have like something like responses, then the user session generated from that answers user session that I'm getting from this submit response, right? Capacity as a parameter. So for, I'll call this get response. Request handler response, pretty much this user session. So this is where there'll be some complicated joining from different tables. So wait, get query, select, no, this is not what I want. So I need to get the response with the survey info. So all the information from the title, the description, from the question. So say we have, it's going to be like a template screen because I want to have a variable. So we would be select response, or as title would be as survey title, as description will be as survey description. Then from responses table R, then join survey S on, yes, accurate, where r.user session equal to this variable being passed here, which is here, user session. So if the response is lacking, response not found for the user session, then return. Okay, so we need to now get the answers that are being sent for while on this step. So with question details, why this is because I kind of have a post submission review. You have the username, password, you have the title and the description followed. So we would still do like a complicated join here, const answers await all query will be needed here. So all query select a.id, a.response id, a.question id, a.answer text, no, it's oh no, why is this thing not going over me? So question title, ask question title, then question description. We don't have question type, I don't need that. Question description, then we have, what else do we need? The order index. So q dot order index, I need that also. Then from the answers table, a join question q on aq, yes, qd, where a.response is equal to this order by question response id. Yeah, so that's accurate. I need to console log this. Let's see what we are. Okay, let's return the JSON. Kind of like to return it in a different manner. Let's see const results, because I'll be definitely returning multiple things. I need the response id, survey id, response dot survey id, user session dot response to user session submitted at, so response dot survey title, survey description, response survey description, answers dot answers. Then you can console log this and see what the result is. Okay, so catch this error fetching response. Yes, so for the ID get survey, let's say submit response, let's call it responses. Then router dot post, sorry, the get responses user session get response. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. So what else do we need to do? We need to see the database. So this is where some of the very annual work will come. Let's see the database. So we need to get the initialized database from database. Then let's see database. Okay. So yeah, let's create some sample users for the authentication route. We would have username, admin. Let's create another one. Let's just say admin at Waterlily. Admin 123. Say we have a test user here. Email test at example.com. Password field. Demo 123. Console log create users. So let's check if they have users already exist before we put it. Let's check. Let's create user, the username, yes or no. Select all from users, get query. Let's use email. If it's an existing user already exists, continue. And we can hash the password. So we need bycrypt. Let's hash the password before storing. So const hash password 10, insert user results. Let's just save it. Run query, insert the users into username, that user password. Yeah, it's pretty much correct. So let's create some survey. Let's see some survey samples, like So we have const survey results. Let's see, survey result. Run query. Okay, so I have some sample here. Waterlily user intake form. Let's see, Waterlily user intake form. Oh, I didn't import all this from the database. Run query. So we can help us understand, kind of created some sample text here. Help us understand your demographic, health, and financial information to better predict your long-term needs. Okay, now let's create some sample questions. This will be needed in the front end to be consumed. So questions would have some questions I've already created here. What is your age? Title, what is your age? Type, number required, not really what I need, but please. So this is like a number field where you please provide your current age in here. Yes, please provide your current age in years. It's a type of select of number, sorry. Then we don't need this. Required is the next field in that table. Required true, order index 1. Or required, we could use 1. So let's create another one. What is your gender? What is your gender? This is a select. Please select your gender identity. Okay, so this will be select required 1 to order index 2. Options are not needed here. So we have another one, title. What is your annual household income? What is your annual household income? So we can have here, please provide your approximate annual household income. Type, select, required, order index 3. fourth one. Yeah, do you have any chronic health conditions? This is not it. Please describe any ongoing. So this is the text area. So just describe any ongoing health conditions you may have. So type is gonna be text area. Required, maybe not. Other index 4. Don't need these options. Okay, so title, how would you rate your overall health? So I have that here. How would you rate your overall health conditions? Your overall health, so description. This selects your select, rate your current overall status. So we can have type here to be also select. So required will be 1. Other index will be 5. Still don't need this title. 6th one. Oh, I missed it up. Meant to be the 6th one. Alright, so do you currently have, the 5th one would be, do you currently have health insurance? So description would be select your current health insurance status. Reason for this is kind of going to help on the front end as I'm seeing all these options and responses, some questions. So required would be 1 here too. Then other index would be 5. Okay, great. So let's create those questions and see them in the database. Const questions of questions, run query, which is what we need to insert inside into questions, survey ID, title, description, type, required. Forgot to add the survey ID. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we have question, the title, description, survey ID, question, the type, console log that if necessary. Let's create some sample answers. Sample responses and answers to those questions we just asked. So let's say sample responses will be okay. User session could be session. So demo 001 or yeah. So the answers, like I said, is going to be an array of objects. So we have question order, which is going to, let's name question order as the body. Answer text would be say 35. Let's go with this question order answer text mail or can go with these two. Yeah. Hypertension managed medication. Say 30,000 to 50,000. Since this is not required, let's leave this empty. No, excellent, great. So let's add this to the database. Response result, insert responses to responses table, user ID sessions value, accurate. Could also console log this if we need to. So let's create one more thing. Let's create answers for these responses. So answers, then let's first get the question ID by order, from how it was ordered. So const question result run query select ID from questions where survey ID is equals to order index. Yes, correct. Then survey ID question order. I don't need this. So if we have the question results, let's run query. Inside the answers, question ID, subtext. Okay, let's also log this. So that's answers ID, response ID. Okay, I think I'm done. Cancel the log, database, patch the error. See the database. I'm having this issue. Answer. Results. This is kind of going to help to make sure that it tallies what is in the database as a field. So it doesn't conflict here. So we have this correct. Then we need to add this as a package.json script on the back end to see the database. TS node. One execute TS node. Source dot TS. For now, let me rename this as server.ts. So this is the root. So let's define our roots for the route. Okay, so pretty much won't be needing all of this. I need express, I need cross origin, I don't need element, I don't need Morgan. I first need to import, initialize database from database config, import survey route from route survey. But auth route from route. So now let's make this 3001. React might run on 3000. Middleware elements that necessary. Maybe not. Cross origin resource sharing. We need that. Don't need to limit this. I don't think there's need. Then your express here. True. Let's now define the routes. We have API use of API surveys. So survey routes. Yes. So let's do like an L check endpoint. Just to know that the server is running perfectly. Out of the get API this. API is running. Okay. Let's initialize the database and start the server. Let's console log this too. Server is running. Let's catch the error. Start server process that exists. One error. Initializing database. Okay. I think I'm pretty much cool with this. Let's first run npm run seed. Okay, we have an error. Let's see. Foreign key. let's check AI to fix this. Let me fix this by removing the await keywords using the better SQL. So let's see what we have. See ts config, see the TypeScript, ts node, npm run start, npm run seed. Okay, seeded successfully. Thanks to AI for fixing that. Okay, see, let's go ahead and see. I have this tool for checking. Okay, we would see that some of our records have been seeded. Admin user survey ID of 1, help us understand, description created art. So let's check some of the questions. Great, let's run some endpoints to run some things. Localhost. First of all, let's start the server. npm run start. Oh no, npm run build. Not npm run build. Let's see what's going on. What's going on? Server.txt. Oh, mine. It's supposed to be survey. Sorry, survey server.txt. we need to remove this. Let's delete this. It's conflicting, possibly. It's going to be server.js. Okay, server is running. Check some endpoints like localhost 3001, API, login. Let me use Postman. So we have username, auth, the login, admin. We have a password of yeah, great. See, forgot password. Great. Let's see surveys. So we have one to be the survey ID. One or with what is wrong? What is wrong? Okay, here we have it. All right, good. I think we pretty much have what we need. Push request. Okay, let's start with the front end. I think my time is fast spent. So on the front end, we needing create React app. I could use though it's deprecated now. I could use Vite for creating the boilerplate code. So if I want to create the React app on the front end directory with TypeScript template. But it still works, so I think we could work with this one. We could so I'll be using Tailwind for my styling. Okay, I quickly took a short break there. Okay, so let's continue. Let's close all of this. So I'll be needing packages such as so create React app is done. I'll be needing Tailwind. Let me check the TS config. So I've done close TS through. So I'll need packages such as Axios for getting the endpoints, install Axios, it's also an awesome nice icon library I use. It's called Lucid React. Then router DOM, React router DOM, and what else do I need? Tailwind, CSS, Tailwind CSS. Let's install this in dependencies. Not dev dependencies. Okay, we have that installed already. So install tailwind, CSS, auto prefixer, so all the boilerplate that comes with tailwind, post CSS, inside dev dependencies. Great. I kind of feel like there's an issue with this one. But let's see. There's an issue with this particular version. Okay, tailwind config file. Then the post CSS, which is okay. Then here we could define, set this. Great. Then we need to have these at the base of our CSS. We need to cancel this. Not yet, you're going ahead of me. Great. So first, I have some colors. I have some very nice color palettes that I would love to use. Let's say we have F0, F9, FF. Oh no. Let's keep the primary. So let's have it under primary. It's JSON. So we have UTF F0, F9, FF 500 3B8 2F6 and 2B. So yeah, I can have 700. Okay. So these are very cool colors. I really love. Okay. Yep. Okay. Let's go to the packet.json. So we have let's create a proxy for the backend API. So it's running on localhost 3000. Do I need to change the script? No. Lucid React there, React to DOM. So let's do an npm run start. Okay, cool. Okay, all right. Sorry, wait. Okay, I'm back. I'm on a short break. So on the front end, I like to first of all define my endpoints to be consumed. So I would have a folder called services. This is where I would define the types needed to consume my endpoints. So I would call it API dot right to consume the endpoint. Okay, so I have Axios already. So import Axios from Axios. Um, we can have this, which is okay. Let's create env. So we can have the React app API URL. Should be HTTP localhost 3000. This is where the backend service is running. Great. So slash API, because that's where the API endpoints are. Axios create base API. Let's make it base URL. Okay. First, let's create an interface for the questions. So let me quickly pull out this from the questions database. So we have an ID, number type, survey ID, survey ID, so number type, title. Okay, pretty much expecting this. Type, it could be text. We have 4 types. Could be text, could be a number, it could be select, and it could be a text area. Correct. So required is boolean, other index that options is not among. Then we have the interface for survey. This is the survey entity itself. ID, number, title, string, description string, then created at. I don't need that. questions will be question. Okay, so let's define an interface for answer. Export interface answer would be question ID number answer text be a type of string, then submission, let's call this submission response. So this is going to be the responses. ID would be number, so VID the response ID and user session. A string, and another interface for user response. So we have ID, user response, which are the answers, so number, so integer, so the ID is also being returned, this is number. We have a user session string. Okay, we have this inside so these submitted at string, so a title subscription. The answer is going to be an array of objects containing ID, number, question ID as type number, answer text as a string, and question title as a string, question description as a string. So here we have it. So now we can create a function to consume the endpoints. So let's say export const survey API would be get surveys async which is not no get surveys ID number premise survey. So const response goes to await that API that gets the endpoints. So these so return the data, then submit response endpoint would be pretty much this is it. I don't need this, but user submission is not needed. Permission answer is going to be an array of objects of the ID, then const response await the post request. This is not the endpoint URL. Surveys.surveyid.responses, then return the responses of data objects. So they get the individual responses of the user. Would have an async function, user session, string the promise user response, const response, survey response. Yeah, accurate. I don't need this. I don't know why. Keep this. Oh my. Okay, so let's close the survey API. Okay, so let's for the authentication routes. Auth API would be login. Username and password. Register username and password, or it could be email. Then return response.data. So forgot password would be also similar, taking an email or username. So let's use the username I'm using. Okay, so we have that defined, the endpoints consumption interface is defined as we should. Then let's go into developing the components that we need. So highest priority would be having the survey components. So but before then, let me kind of go back to the design I did. So here, this is like the home screen. Before logging in or registering. So we need to be able to have a way to check if somebody is logged in on the home screen. So let's make some work on the app.tsx, the root component. So we have all this div for remove the logo app.css, so I need that now. Okay. So for now, let's say we need use states and use effect hook. So I need all of this. What's same? But I need this, and I need this to link. But for now, let's have this as so let's have this as home page React functional component. So we will check if it is logged in. Is it logged in? Let me check. It's logged in. Set is logged in. Use state to false at the first instance. Then we have to use effects to check if the token is present or not. If it's not, yes, which is accurate. This is like false. Okay, so undo logouts. Do I need that? I don't need that now. So let's get to developing the UI. Okay. First I need to define, let me create a root function, an API router, the routes part on page. Yes, this is what I need. We could wrap this up in a div, class name, What have I done? Great. So what do we have on the home page? This is most likely the home page on screen. So let's go ahead with the return JSX. So we'll have a div of class minimum height screen, class name this, and let's make it gradient. I'm a big fan of gradient. So gradient from this gradient color, gradient blur to clear purple 900 to slate 900. Let's make it to be the center. Flex items should be in the center. What else do we need? We need to justify the contents to align to the center. Then we can add a small padding. Then yes, so let's have another div for maximum width, say for Excel, that make it full. Then we can have the header. For example, we have this as the header. This is now you write comments. Okay. So let's have a div for the header and class name. Let's see the text. It should be center. Margin bottom of 12. So we have inline flex. Items should be in the center. We'll give it a gap. Justify gap of 2 pixels. Background gradients. Gradient R. Not this. Oh no. Let's stick with my color thing. From blue to purple. These are my favorite colors. Blue to purple, text white, px4, then rounded full text. Oh man, don't need all of this. Rounded full, then text small, font medium, margin bottom might be 6. Okay, we're getting there. Oh, did I make a mistake there? Okay. Okay, so let me import some icons that I'm interested in. Let's see, we have shield from hero icons. I'm not using hero icons. Lucid, yeah, Lucid, React. Yeah, so we have shield class. See, powered. Powered. So let's write this text. That's kind of gonna be bigger. Make it text. 3 Excel font bold text white. Margin bottom. Let's make it 4. The background should be gradient as the previous to R from white to slate 300. Be clip text. Let's make it transparent. Okay, so let's close this tag and give it Waterlily Health Intelligence. Okay, great. Let's create a paragraph of the text below. Complete our comprehensive survey to receive personalized long-term care recommendations powered by advanced machine learning. So let's style this class name. Let's make it a text which is a gradient 300 max text large. Max width should be 2 times the Excel. Yes, so yes, we have this. Okay, then let's create the survey card. class name. Let's make it a slate of 800/50. Backdrop blur. Excel rounded times Excel. Let's make a gallery borders gradient of 700. Maybe padding to be added. Max width of maybe X ortho MB8. No. Flex item justify center. Maybe not. Let's make it have a gap of 3 at the side. Margin bottom at 6. Good. So we have a div of let's say class name. Oh no, oh, this thing's going ahead of me. Oh. I have a paragraph of this for the text. I'll have an icon here, so let's get out the gradient background from blue to purple rounded. Rounded, not full. Let's make it just extra purple to be 600. I'm a big fan of gradient, so have some interesting icons from it's new. The class name of text slate 300. Text could be large. Max width. Why for these? I'm kind of making it responsive, so I won't have to cater for responsiveness later on. Okay, I think like so. Let's make it bold, text white. Then we have a paragraph. Sorry, I need to take a break. Okay, I'm back. Need to take some time. Okay, we need to have a closing div here. So this survey covers demographic, health, and financial information to predict your personalized long term care journey. So from here, it could either be this or this to start the survey. So when the user is logged in, you could just allow the person to start the survey. So we're going to have a conditional string. So if his login state is true, logged in, let's say we have a link to, let's define a route, maybe survey 1, right? We have like or maybe it's not, we can release this. And I have could be width of 4, then flex, justify, center, items, center, gap could be 2 between padding and the y-axis, then the padding on the x will make it 4, background 200 to 600, x right, rounded. X right, rounded. Let's add some shadow. Overwrite could be shadow. Excel. Okay. If not, we have a paragraph with like take approximately takes approximately So let's cater for the authentication links. Um, so this would only display when the user is not logged in. So let's say we have to check his login state. Then we will check okay, there's a logout button there, so we need to undo the logout. So we have unclick undo logout. So what are we having here? Flex items center gap to padding at the y-axis. What's it called? Might not need that. Text lead 300 over variate and the text white transition. So let's have a lock. Now going to log in. The login items takes over. Instead of log, let's use a user icon. source. We need to add another part, which is forgot password. Yeah, does this thing know? 100. Let's see, we have a link to forgot password, but not lock. Let's use can we use lock here? Actually, I think it works. Yeah, we can use lock. This design is not exactly what I'm expecting, but not bad. Having an element of blue. Sorry, I'm quickly take a break. Okay, back. I really took a short break. Okay, so there's something missing about this gradient. Let's see. It's pretty much it. You can have routes for other routes for register, for the survey. I think here it is. Okay, this is much more better. So let's go back to the components and let's go back. Let's create the survey form itself, which is higher priority before the login. So so this is where we'll be having the stepper for the progress bar and also the forms, right? So import react, use states, use navigate, survey API, services API. Okay. No, this is not what I need. So why is this being duplicated? Use navigate from React router. We could also use params for parameter passing. So we have survey API. What else do we have? Survey and answer, right? Okay. So first we need to consider maybe having this here as defined that the have the TXS, so also see what's going on. the path login. We don't have a login yet. We just make this grab the path survey ID, survey form. Let's import that from component. Great. It's not exported yet. Okay, it's not recognizing that's it. Let's create this, for example. Right, this is okay. Then so let's start building the form, right? Okay, so what are the required parameters? First, I would like to define course use parameters. ID use params. We need a state for setting the survey. Let's see if I can get close to this. This is right. Get questions, current question, index. Because this is not it. So usually taking the survey class interface or no, then questions. Let's see, we have font answers, set answer. And use state. It's going to take a key or number string. Yes, exactly. Current, because I'm going to have this as all in one. So the step by step I need, I'll just take them from the state, so of the current question using the index field on the endpoint. So current question index and set current question index as a use state of number. Why is it doing this? So obviously need a loading state for the endpoint. Set loading boolean to true, and once we want to submit stating submit state, submitting, set submitting boolean false at the first. Then we need errors to check the error validation errors. So because we need to be validating the input if this main field. Use states key string, no, key should be a number, or string object. So I think I'm okay with this, but if anything changes. So the use effect hook would fetch the survey at with the dependency trying to fetch the survey state data. Um, so to wrap this in a try. So if the ID is present and survey data get survey pass int, then set survey set questions not not yet, and or catch the error catching, and we set the loading false. Then fetch the survey. So this is like component did mount on the dependency array ID. So once the component mounts, it fetches the survey, all the surveys, fetch the survey, and then let's go back to building the US. Return what do we do here? Okay, I'm back. Okay, so this is for the user to fetch it. So we need to undo the answer change. Thus answer change. So let's create a function undo answer change. That's question ID. Set previous answers. Yes. So we can have previous. So if we have errors, the question ID set errors form. This is like the input errors. So basic question ID. Pretty much this is it. So we need to be able to also validate the question, the current questions, from the current question answer. So we check for the required field, validate the number formats, and so we need to check for the question. We have it defined. Current question index. So if it's the right one, so let's validate current question. It's meant to return a boolean. It's the right one. So if survey return false or it's empty, return false, then the question from survey states that we've gotten from the endpoint that the questions, the current question index, then check. Yes, we need to check with the answer that is being enters. So like question ID. Let's train this because if question is required and there is answer is empty, we need to be able to enter a validation to be able to new errors. And there's no answer, so let's put new error object. New errors, so the question ID, fetch it and tell it that it is required. Then set errors, new errors, return false because it's a boolean. This thing is jumping ahead of me. So if the answer question dot type go to a number, because there are some that have numbers, and how do I know the type? Yeah, type is getting number select text area. So if it's a number, let's create a variable number if it's not a number, then for number is less than 0. Let's see. New errors. This is just going to be checking the kind of inputs you can have as an answer. So if we have different question types, so if the question type is let's say if we have a title, let me pick from the text. Title to be, let's say for example, title to be lowercase, let's say it includes maybe the age. We want to make sure that you can only enter age as an input number between, let's say, greater than 0 is less than 0 and maybe 150. I don't think that many people will have above the age of 150. So let's please enter a valid age between 1 to 150. Then we need to close this if of a type of number. We'll check other kind of question type we have, which is if the question type is text, which we have here, and the answer, the length is greater than 500, you can see we want to return it. Responses must not be less than 500 characters. Let's see, for example, or we can have, if the question type is of text area, which we add here, then answer dot length is greater than 2000. New errors. Response will not let's just put not viewed response. 2000 characters if it's so. Let us close this and then set errors to be these errors. Oh no, this inside the if statement. then return new errors on the question ID. So to undo need to undo the next question, the current question as the other index. Let's undo that. So undo next question. So if the valid current question, so previous, no, this is not it. So let's have method review the one survey question, the questions, the length -1. So this is to undo the next and previous, so this to get the correct one via the index. So this next and previous, and we will have okay, for the previous, set current question index to be method max previous -1. Yes, correct. So we need to undo the way we submit at the end. So const undo submits. It's going to be an async function, right? An event, a form event. So we can take an event or react from event, either prevent defaults, but I'm not asking for this. So what can we also check for? There is no valid question remaining. We can check if there is no validate current question is false. Return. And set submitting to true. So let's try answer array this is for handling the answers that we are going to be returning, which is an array of objects, object of entries of answer, question, answer, answer text. So question ID, which is must be an integer, because that's the answer text. Let me check again from the postman. Const response goes to await survey submit. So the array, give the response as a success state, then we can have it to navigate to the next step, which I don't know yet, but let's leave it like this. Doesn't have, it does. Okay. Okay. So I should have a success. Let's check. So good. Okay, so submitting, we would definitely want to navigate to the final response details page. user ID, it's past user session. So we're having navigate from oh um navigate on. No, it's not. I've declared it from here. Coming to like, yeah, navigate, and let's, should we catch the error? Definitely. Or do you want to set the error? So return to false. Okay, let's now render the question inputs. Render question inputs. So question okay. So what kind of questions can we have? Different question types. So if sequence the value answers ID. As error, search the errors person ID. So that's how it is for the questions. So base classes, that's how it be still in class. So I want it to be full. Let's see if I for PG slates of like 900 or 500 or 50, and border like 2 rounded Excel text white placeholder slate 100. Then maybe let it focus line on focus ring for offsets. Yes, we could add that because being because doing okay, offset. Then maybe focus being offset split 100 transition. Oh. Then let's add this template drink as error. In red, but that's it. Focus. Let's make it balance. Let's 500. Then in order to switch in between questions, because I want to have them in one, different types, so I would have a switch question type. Since I have different types, so we can have a case class, a clear switch text. When is a text area, we can return a text area input and also change yes. Rules no. Class name, something I'll defined initially. Yes. Resize none. Placeholder, let's say share your thoughts as a placeholder. Placeholder just have a string here. Share your thoughts. So case of a number, because of a number type. We will return input type number, value equals to value, enter a number. And I also see that it's select case. So if it says select, we're getting as a question type, and we can return select. So we have different kind of select. Let me see. Based on my design, we have a select of like if it's gender, it's kind of going to be rendered differently. So I need to like return the kind of responses that the kind of options that are going to be there. So first I need to const get select options equals to this. So if question or title includes gender, let's start with gender. So let's just return an array of options. So it could be male, could be female, could be non-binary, or prefer not to say. If the question or title is to lowercase, income, right? So we can also select. We can have on the around the 5,000 to like 25,000 to like 50,000, and 75,000 to like 100K or over. We need to be able to convert this. So if the question title is lowercase, return employer provided or self-purchased or government program or maybe no insurance at all. So if question the title to lowercase includes what else can it include? Health. It's a very good vehicle. Okay. So return yes or no as so let's return JSX for this. So return will be, let's say, div the class name. Let's say we have space of y-axis. Let's give it 3. And we have already declared to get select options. So get select options, then map through the array of objects. The option have a button to undo the answer change. So, we have it. Button key or click undo answer change. Let's make it full rounded text. So we have the border. Let's maintain the same. Gradient over 2. Let's see, we could have a text blue of 300 and or could say share over now over on the border. This is 500 over edges net to be 800 over 50. Right, what's going on? So you have the value take a break. I'm back. Sorry for that short break. So we import some icons. So every switch has a default, so we should have a default of input text and change and class name. Kind of like the way I destructured the base class so that you have similar styles for the input. And placeholder would be entire response, and yeah. So what else can we have? So check um let's check if the phone is in loading state. Now let's use in loading state, return the class name in height of the screen, pg gradient to from slate maybe 900 to here my theme, which is to slate 900 to slate 900. So we have text. Let's see, we have text y. It's 300. Make it flex items center. Be a cap of 2. And I also have like a div class. Div to view 5h5 order to make it transparent. Order new okay. What else can we have? In case there are no surveys that are found from the endpoint, from the data states, you can say if there are empty surveys, return states. Justify center. Have another div class name text large text red because it's a warning, or want it to be very visible. Survey not found. So this is a lot. What is this? So we need a variable to get the current question. So current question. From the survey questions, where we would save current and also the progress over 100. So let's say we have progress equals to current. Yeah, pretty much this is what I need. Current index was 1 over survey question length times 100. Okay, so const. But also want to make it dynamic icons. Okay, let me see. Let me create a function for component category icon. Let's see, let me create it here. Let's get category icon, the question title, the string, if question title dot to lowercase that includes age, then or if question title dot to lowercase includes, we don't have birthday, we only have gender. And return like user, have an @ sign, have a dollar sign, have shield sign, shield. It's not how to spell shield. Sparkles. Left and right for the next one. Also have so if question title is lowercase includes income, Yeah, finance. Hmm. Perhaps we can return arts. So we can go back to use the category icon here, and icon. So what I'm doing here is to have this something like this, a placeholder for this. So icon components, get category question title, current question title, pretty much what I want. Return if class name goes to ice cream, EG variant bracelets 900. Okay, I need this. I could have it padding the bottom by the side. It's good. So Max WX 3XL Max Auto. So automatic. So it's going to container is going to be automatic different brick sizes. You can have what I need to design now. The header. So I need these to work now. What's going on? We can have the class name of X and margin bottom 8. Can have an inline flex. To gradient to R from blue 500 to purple, which is my theme. Text to white, then padding 4 rounded rule. Text and font down. Possibly margin bottom 4. Or what do we think? Okay, previously achieved this. Okay, great. And powered by AI. So class name. Let's make it bold. Text white. Margin bottom of 4. AG gradient R. From height to slate 300 PG clip. Let's get the survey description. So we have let's say we have class name, text, state, make it 300 and then make it large. So survey description. Okay. And we can focus on the progress bar. This thing is moving ahead of me. Okay, so the progress bar I have it here. Can create a div first. As this, that's fine. Then we can have a div class name. Make it flex for responsiveness. Put in the center. Specify between. Let's make it. This thing moving ahead of me. I don't want these suggestions. So text as slate 300 text font medium. So let's say this question. Yes. Follow question 6. Span. And have a span. Screw it there. Let's make it small. One's medium. This is for the progress calculation, not the round. Progress percentage. So we have 17% here. Okay. Okay, let's create another span. Alright. So that progress so we can still have a div of class name page from or option might be fine. Yeah, so this is what I want. So let's get indicators. So we have class name. This game has been top of like 4. 8 is too much. Then let's take survey from survey state array. Let's map through that array and check index. Key is equals to index class name. Let's give it Okay, width of 3 and height of 3. Rounded. Dead. Ratio 300. Okay. So let's create a question card. Last name. That. So okay, I'm back. I'm sorry about that. I had to close fix one or two things. Okay, so now we're in the question card. You can have backdrop of a drop of a blur of the background, Excel rounded to Excel for the slate 700, possibly a pattern of 8. Let's create the batch itself. That I created the other time. Class name, go to flex, items, center, tab, maybe margin bottom of 6, just you can have a div, class name, e, rounded, Excel, pg gradient to r from views 600 to like purple 600. um Here we get the question. So current question, the title, what is your age? So the first question. Um, should be beside, I think it should be inside. So current question, is it required? If it's required, then span, house name, text rate. Also how they imagine. That's how it does. So we need to get this current age in years. So this isn't returning. What's going on? Sorry, very quickly. Take a break. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Um. So yes, refresh this. I got the description. Um. So let's get out for the inputs. So we have inputs, right? So let's render question inputs. Current question. Then also render errors for validation if we want to validate those inputs. So the current question dot id and say we have VP, last name, text red, empty small. Let's put it at the center. Items flex, items responsiveness, gap should be 1. So so the errors can be rendered directly below it. Current question ID. Right. So we're done with the question tag. Let's move to the navigation. So navigation. Let's create a div, last name, flex, item center, type, button and click. It's beauty of using this. So it's going to be disabled by if the current question index is equal to 0. So if it doesn't have anything behind it, it's going to be disabled for the first question. I don't like this styling. Flex, items, center, gap 2, 6, 3, slates, and thread over. Dead. Duration over state of VG slates. Let's make it 0 over 50. um, disabled should have this opacity of like 50. Disabled there should also have also not allowed, other states could be 700. Okay, great. So it's looking good. So we can have current question index. Just to survey the questions for different kind of questions. Length -1. So we'll have a button for this one. Or need to see this happening. So we'll have an on click for submitting. Disabled the submitting state. Now class name. So this is when it's button as to change whether it's submitting or to complete the survey. So it's going to check the current question index. If it's equal to the question -1, meaning there's 3 remaining, right? So we should have items centered, tab 2, and maybe video 8, UI 3, AG ingredients 2, R green 600, blue. So over to to blue 500. Let's make a transition all. Direction shadow. Over shadow. Check is submitting status. Submitting. this small class title. Height of 5, order of 2, the white, order T, transparent, rounded, 4, animates speed. And we had maybe a sparkles. So let's check for next. Alright, 3 x x6 into gradients to r from blue 600 to bulkier gradients. So be 600 split evenly. Text white, then round that to be Excel fonts, medium, over effects from blue 500 over to copy. Position on version Then we have a shadow. Okay, so let's check how this is looking like. It's working as expected. We have transitioning. What is your gender? Male. Pronoun. Okay, so complete survey works expected. So one more component. Let's work on the comments to check the responses. So I'll call this response review.txt. So in this, let's import the necessary things I need. I need to import React, including use effect and use state book and use effect. Or use params. Exactly what I need. Okay. Survey API. I don't need this. User response. Okay. Let's create the functional component. Okay. So export default response review. Let's go to app.txx. It's so we need to define okay, how this is going to work. First, we need to define a state for user session, so we can get the variable, the string, because it's passed as a parameter when we are fetching. So use params would be user session string, right? And const set response, user response unknown. loading, check the loading state and the error, which is okay, great. So let's fetch the endpoint for fetch response once the component mounts. So if user session is present, const response data survey get. There's nothing like get response. It's get response. Alright, API get response. So you will set the response to the response data. You will catch the error. Finally, set the loading to false. Yes, this is okay. Then let's fetch the response, call it again, and have it as a dependency variable. Oh no, what's it doing? So if loading is true, actually to check the loading state, you want to return kind of style which I've done similarly here. So let's change the loading, the response. With an error. It's happening. Response review 7/7. Yeah, because I haven't declared a return type. Okay, so let's move forward. We have an error. It's kind of declared an error. For now, let's leave it for the so if there is no response from the response fetch response. You don't have any data. Let's see. What's it doing? So we'll say maybe class name to be height, save where purpose. Okay, it's okay. Kind of picked up my stuff from previous. So I need to get category icons for this too, and I'm having a dates return from here, a date from the response date. So we need to format the dates. So let's format the dates. Dates from date string. So say return a new date. Let's use local to local string. Subscribe, okay. And something that I did similarly here in submit form, which is to get the category icon, because there are different categories that might be listed here. So and then get category icon, question title, if the question title to lowercase includes age, let me just copy it here. So finally work on the GSX. I want to get one user session. PX to 4, then let's say success message or success card, which we have here. User survey submitted successfully. Let's create another div class name. Don't go ahead of me, I know what I'm doing. Gradients to R from gradients. Gradients from R to green. It has to be green to show success. Let's make it over 20. So let's have another container class for the text. So let's make them flexible. Flex item starts and maybe a gap of 4. Then can have a div for the check icon. So we're gonna have a check weights. So to have the text, survey is completed successfully. It's very large, fonts, bold, text white, so we can have a class name of text lead 300. The text beside say thank you for completing this survey. Your responses have been recorded and analyzed by AI engine. Survey info. So let's have the flex items center gap 3 margin bottom of 6. Then we have a div of to have the icon for this using to take one. Did this previously in the P3 have it as ingredients. Yes, possibly this time is issued. Pass name. let's have header, last name, so you can get this from the response dot survey title, just like previous time. Survey title, then you have a paragraph. Let's have a paragraph for this to have a class name, text of slate of 300, margin bottom 6. And have a div to get the time it was submitted. Submitted on, now let's call the format date function. So format the dates of the response we are getting from so let's have this as the responses. Sorry about that. Let me quickly. Okay. Out as a margin bottom 8. Is to last name, text, front, semi bold, text to height, margin bottom of 6. Let's make it flex, item center, gap of 2. Can have sparkles from, okay, let's see your responses, the response dot answers dot length. Then we can have a div to have all this listed. So first name, let's make it a space of, let's make it 4. The response object we are getting for array. Check the answers. For example, we'll try and submit a response. So if I get for this one, so it's kind of things I'm trying to check. Answers and response answers length is greater than 0. So const get the icon component to render each kind of icon that I want to give. Get category icon. Then answer text answer text return. So we can have let's take the key from the mapped array. So answer dot id and class name pg state 800 to 50. Then make it rounded. So order so this is to give all the responses like these boxes, right? So let's say we have p to pg gradient. So 600 over 30, then to purple. So you can have icon content. Let's make it blue. And let's have something beneath it. Flex of the one. Fonts, medium, text, white, one. Okay, back. Say page 3. Version title. What is your age? Then okay. She's okay, great. Let's treat the letter parts. It takes away again our printer responses. So I will just okay, if this is present, if the responses are more than one, or else you should display the 800/50. So we need to cover up for that edge case. Other slates 700, maybe padding of 8, and make the text center. Right, so answers found for this response. Right, so okay, so we need to create these two buttons, which are called actions action buttons. Say div last name x colon then gap more small breakpoints, then make it flush row, a gap of 4. So a link from rear router link to survey one last name flex1 flex items center justify center gap 2 from view 600 founded Excel font medium, then should have an over effect from blue of 500 over to purple transition or creation So I would love to print the response. I can make it to use the Windows prints. So that will be um, window print. So class name flex1. Share it center justify. Print doesn't look good. Let's make it change a little bit. Median over 5. Let's make it slate, kind of like the gray color. And red. Okay, I think pretty much this. Okay, great. Take a break. Handle the authentication. Okay, so I want to quickly handle the authentication pages to create accounts, the login, the reset password. This won't take me time. So I have some boilerplate already. New accounts, this site, register. TSX. So let's impute and the app TXX register. Okay. Register. We have mods. Definitely need the use state hook and okay. Um, username. We need the username, the email. And password. Need password. Say so. This is states for handling the high in or high off. So it's loading for this loading state. Error for error input field. Navigate book. So first, behind success, to check the success if that's been logged in. Validate the password. let's have a minimum length of 8. So let's see, we have password from and equal to 8. Let's make it strong. Let's say it must have a letter, it must have a number, it must have a special symbol, say as symbol. So return valid as number and as symbol, as letter as minimum length and as letter as number. Could include some suggestions like so let's undo the submit form. It's going to be an async function. Undo submit sync either to react from events, either prevent error. Since it's loading is true, yeah, pretty much what I need. So let's do some client side validation. So if username.trim, if you don't have it, set error that username is required, set loading is false, set error set is loading is false to return. Password is not there. Password is required. If password doesn't match the confirmed password state variable, should also password does not match, so loading to false. Password validation. Let's go to validate password. Password. If password is not valid, set error. Set error, that's password validation. Since it's a string, we can say password must meet requirements. So let's have a template string here to password validation. Just suggestions of join. This should be shown. Set equal to false. Time. Okay. Let's just fetch. Register method post headers application.json body.json stringify username. So goes to username. Go to string. String. So as well, const data average on the response. So I set the success to accounts. Account created successfully, directing to login. So let's redirect to login. So set timeout to begin to login 1000. Password validation is have a variable. Validate password. Okay, let me continue the just create account. So let's class. Let me copy this from something I've already written before. Oh my, income. Div center div for line x items. Shield, import shield from Lucid React, create an account. Somewhere. See. join our platform to get started. So let's go to the registration form. No, stop telling me what to do. So we have a class name, let's say legislate 100 see, and a backdrop below Excel, rounded to Excel, but slate 700, padding of 6. So let's see if we can get the error messages and success messages all together. Success. Okay, I'm fine with this. So the username field, bottom of 4. So we have a label, for class name. Let's make it so. that one here. So required disabled by default when it's loading states. So let's replicate for the email field. So we have a div, let's have a div for class name, set right, let's click. So the Okay, back. Okay. Password field. Let's create a div. Margin bottom HTML password. Pretty much knows what I want. Relative. Okay. Show password. Last name. Placeholder. Okay. Find. Disable and it's loading. So this is where we use the I of imports its code. Select 300. is to ensure the password is strong, like what we used to validate initial in the first place. And then for uh, is valid in another list. Now there's a div here. Hmm. That's how I imagine top of one. Then confirm password fields. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Inputs, show confirm password value. Correct. This is okay. It's taking a cue from previous code base. So on click would be show confirm password. Then disable when it's loading. Great. Just checking the passwords are the same. Confirm password. Password. Go to confirm password. Then okay, so let's create a submit button. So imagine type, submit, class name, I'm not sure if that's okay, should be disabled when it's loading. Not only that, when the password validation is false, check when the password validation check. Yeah. frequency. UI3. Should be disabled. Should be a disabled feature. Yeah? I think I have this in survey forms. Yeah. Okay, second. Okay, I'm back. So last component, possibly since this video has taken a long time, what I might be doing is the login. So have login. Let's get here. What's the issue? Login is missing. What's going on? Okay, fine. Um, so I have a state for username, just like previous. Password, error, success, loading state, error state, also show password. So show password, login. Now the need for this. Else we need to use navigate book. Actually, that's an error for error validation. So to undo submit. Function. So we can meet the API's call here. Response, await, fetch, that of / login. Method post. Headers. Okay, I don't think I want it to be like this. Set arrow. And the local storage to set the token, the JWT token, data token, then local storage, set item the user. But this is a yes. So this is storing the token. So we have here navigate to the dashboard. So it's going to navigate to this start survey. Error. Okay. Copy it here. Which one? Download. Sign in to access your dashboard. So good. So let's go with the login form. It's already picking a queue from all the way I've been doing things, which is impressive. To have like an error message. We have an error from an invalid input being passed. So we can see that I read text one. This is fine. Username field. Split with margin 6. Bare username. Then write a username. Or email. Let's have the inputs. Type text, username, value username, and change event handler. Then we'll have a class name, pretty much what I want. Enter username. And the password field. Okay. It's pretty much picking a cue from previous code I've written. Absolute inset by. This is good. We'll have the input here to show the password. Type password. Disable downloading. Class name. Okay. Next is the button to forget password. So let's have that type button. To show password rather in the inputs. Okay, so this looks good. And then for forgot password. Let's put it imagine bottom 6 pixels. Forgot password. Text it into well, I make it a text slate of 400, 300. And now the submit button. Like 65 center gap 3. Similar to that way. Register. So it is loading states. It is in loading states. Render this GSX div authenticated. So give it a class. Five, 2 right. And this being great. Sparkles. Should we use sparkles? Maybe. Okay. And the sign up link. Sign up link. Which is pretty much what I want. Don't have an account. Let's leave a space. Okay, I think this is about it for login. So let me try and log in with some details I had before in seed. So I haven't added where it should go. So I'm going to add it in the ARTSXR. So any path at all should navigate to let's see. Okay. Yes, so the backend is running. Start survey, age 29. Click next. I need to validate the need. So this is too many. We want to write anything. And yeah, so is it responsive? Yes, it is responsive. So yes, so this is all the details, the age, all the things. I can decide to print the response, generate a printed copy, which I can save in my desktop. Printed survey response. So if I had more time, of which had taken a lot of time, I would have possibly done the forgot password. So log out. There's no link to forgot password. Possibly also, if I had more time, I could also have different type of selection of inputs. So we only had numbers, text, select. We could have radio buttons, which is also similar to the select, or multiple choice, where you could select more than. That could show that. I could also write test on the front end to make sure that it's validating, but it's a lightweight task, so I don't think there is a need for test. Pretty much, I think that covers your um, um, solution to the task. Yeah, so thank you.